Just think, while you've been getting down and out about the liars and the dirty, dirty cheats of the world, you could have been getting down to this sick beat. My ex-man brought his new girlfriend. She's like, oh my god, but I'm just gonna shake into the fella over there with the hella good hair. Won't you come on over, baby? We can shake, shake, shake. Yeah, 'cause the players gonna play, 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 and the haters gonna hate, 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 hate. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. I shake it up, I shake it up. Heartbreakers gonna break, 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 and the fakers gonna fake, 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 fake. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. I shake it up, I shake it up. I shake it up, I shake it up. I shake it up, I shake it up.
Wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking, time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There is so much hatred, war and poverty. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Wake up all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. 'Cause they're the ones who's coming up and the world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the very best you can. Oh yeah,
The world won't get no better if we just let it be.
oh no.
The world won't get no better. We gotta change again, just you and me. Wake up all the doctors, make the old people well. They're the ones who suffer and who catch all the pain.
Catch all the
They don't have so very long before their judgment day. So won't you make them happy before they pass away? Oh yeah.
Wake up all the builders, time to build a new land. I know we can do it if we all lend a hand. The only thing we have to do is put it in our minds. Surely things will work out, 'cause they do every time.
Yeah. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. Oh, the world won't get no better. We gotta change it, yeah, just you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's the God hour, the morning I wake up. Just for the breath of life, I thank my maker. My mom say I come from hustlers and shakers. My mind building on skyscrapers and acres. He said take us back to where we belong. I try to write a song as sweet as the Psalms. Though I'm the type to bear arms and wear my heart on my sleeve. Even when I fail in God, I believe. Read the days and weave through the maze. And the seasons so amazing. Feed them and raise them. Seasons are aging. Earthquakes, wars and rumors. I want us to get by, but we more than consumers. We more than shooters, more than looters. Created in this image so God lived through us. And even in this generation, living through computers, only love, love, love can reboot us. Come on.
Oh, wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed.
Oh, wake up everybody, yeah.
Cause I need a little help. Can't do it alone. Oh, I need a little help. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I need a little help, y'all. Can't do it alone. Oh, I need a little help, y'all. Can't do it alone. Oh,
tongue and hold my breath. Scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I said quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice. I let you push me past the breaking point. I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound, like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, 'cause I've had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger, the fighter, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me Now I'm floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. I earned my stripes. I went from zero to my own hero. You held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound, like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, 'cause I've had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger, the fighter, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. You're gonna hear me I got the eye of the tiger, fighter, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me It's time for me to take it. I'm the boss right now, not gonna fake it. Now when you go down, 'cause this is my game, and you better come to play. I used to hold my freak back, now I'm letting go. I make my own choice, yeah, I run this show. So leave the lights on, no you can't make me behave. So you say I'm complicated, that I must be out of mind. But you've had me underrated, rated. What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? It's time to get the chains out. Is your tongue tied up? 'Cause this is my round, and I'm What's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident? So you say I'm complicated, but you've had me underrated. What's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident?
This one goes out to the man who minds for miracles. This one goes out to the ones in need. This one goes out to the sinner and the cynical. This ain't about no apology. This road was paid by the hopeless and the hungry. This road was paid by the winds of change. Walking beside the guilty and the innocent. How will you raise your hand when they call your name? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We weren't born to follow. Come on and get up off your knees. When life is a pill to swallow, you gotta hold on to what you believe. Believe that the sun will shine tomorrow. And now your saints and sinners bleed. We weren't born to follow. You gotta stand up for what you believe. Let me hear you say yeah, 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 oh yeah. This one's about anyone who does it differently. This one's about the one who curses and spits. This ain't about our living in a fantasy. This ain't about giving up or giving in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We weren't born to follow. Come on and get up off your knees. When life is a pill to swallow, you gotta hold on to what you believe. Believe that the sun will shine tomorrow. And now your saints and sinners bleed. We weren't born to follow. You gotta stand up for what you believe. Let me hear you say yeah, 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 oh yeah. Let me hear you say yeah, 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 oh yeah. Get down. We weren't born to follow. Come on and get up off your knees. When life is a pill to swallow, you gotta hold on to what you believe. Believe that the sun will shine tomorrow. And now your saints and sinners bleed. We weren't born to follow. You gotta stand up for what you believe. Let me hear you say yeah, 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 oh yeah. Let me hear you
it's time we put a woman in the White House with a whole new attitude. We could use a little female common sense down on Pennsylvania Avenue. After 230-something years of waiting, it's way past overdue. Yeah, I think it's time we put a woman in the White House. Girls, how about you? Well, we like to spend money, but not money we ain't got. And we can balance a checkbook, and girls, let me tell you what. It's time to clean up Capitol Hill with a shovel and a pair of high heels. We've seen what the good old boys can do. Now it's our turn to take a shot. Don't you think it's time to put a woman in the White House with a whole new attitude? We could use a little female common sense down on Pennsylvania Avenue. After 230-something years of waiting, it's way past overdue. Yeah, I think it's time we put a woman in the White House. Girls, how about you? There'll be a lot less fussing and a fighting and a carrying on. There'll be a lot more loving and a listening and getting along. Just look at the mess we're in. Heck, I'd vote for Loretta Lynn. I guarantee that we'd all be singing a different song. Don't you think it's time we put a woman in the White House with a whole new attitude? We could use a little female common sense down on Pennsylvania Avenue. After 230-something years of waiting, it's way past overdue. Yeah, I think it's time we put a woman in the White House. Girls, how about you? Well, after 230-something years of waiting, it's way past overdue. Yeah, I think it's time we put a woman in the White House. Girls, how about you? Yeah, I think it's time we put a woman in the White House. Girls, how about you?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kim Graytack.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Graytack. I have been an English teacher at John Marshall High School and a proud Cleveland Teachers Union member for 19 years. I am also a second-generation Cleveland teacher, and I have never wanted to be anything else because I love what I do. I love encouraging kids who don't necessarily believe in themselves and then see that look on their face after they've completed something and succeeded at something they didn't even think they could do. And I tell them I never want to hear, well, no one expects anything from me, I'm just from Cleveland. I do. I have high expectations for my kids. And so do all of my fellow CTU members. Donald Trump does not have a plan for my students or this community. His tax plan would give huge tax breaks to those at the top and increase our deficit by trillions. Cleveland cannot afford another Great Recession, and America cannot afford Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton has been a strong supporter of public education, of children, and working people her whole career. She has a plan to invest in infrastructure and public education and good-paying jobs to strengthen the middle class. It is my absolute honor to stand up here and introduce a woman who we will teach about in our history classes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby.
Just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry.
Oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Remember the day I set you free? I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day
Hello.
I made a vow I'll be there when you want me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Oh, I am so happy to be here. It is great being in Cleveland. Thank you all. I want to thank Kim Graytack, a teacher right here at John Marshall, for introducing me. And I want to thank all the teachers and educators, the staff and the students of John Marshall. I am delighted to be here with your mayor, Mayor Frank Jackson. Also with my longtime friend, your former governor, candidate for the Senate, Ted Strickland. With your County Executive Biodish, I know is here somewhere. And with my great friend who did an excellent job presiding over the Democratic National Convention, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge. I always love being here, and today is particularly special because I got a tour of this high school. And I, first of all, want to thank the people of Cleveland for investing in a high school that is really all about the future. What a stark contrast this high school poses to what happened here in Cleveland during the Republican convention. Because honestly, they painted such a bleak, negative picture of America. I couldn't recognize our country listening to their angry speeches, the kind of negative view that they had of our people. Donald Trump saying, "We never win anymore." Well, tell that to the Cavaliers. Tell that to our Olympic athletes who are cleaning up in Rio. There is nothing we can't do if we put our minds to it. And that's how I want America to feel about itself and how I want every American to feel. And I saw the future. The students and teachers who showed me what they're doing here in robotics, in 3D design, in laser design, in entrepreneurial and civic education. I, for one, am really proud of this high school and what it represents for the students here. And why is that so important for those of us who are no longer in high school? Because we've got to get the economy working for everybody, not just those at the top. And how are we going to do that? Well, I know that too many families right here in Ohio are feeling a lot of financial stress, worrying about how they're going to make ends meet, dealing with all the costs from childcare to prescription drugs. I understand that. That's why I have laid out specific plans about how we're going to get the economy working for everyone. And I think it's important when someone comes to you and asks for your support running for president, that maybe they tell you what they want to do so that you can decide who you want to vote for. And sometimes, you know, I get criticized for doing that. People say, oh, there she goes. She has another plan. Well, I do. I've got an infrastructure plan to create millions of jobs, fixing our roads, our bridges, our tunnels, our ports, our airports, our water systems, our sewer systems. As part of that plan, I want to start a national infrastructure bank so that we have public and private funds working together so we don't just wait on Congress to act, but we are building, rebuilding, maintaining all the time. And it's not just what we could see, as important as that is. We need a new, modern electric grid that can take and distribute clean, renewable energy across America. And we need to finally finish the job of connecting every home and business everywhere in America, from inner cities to remote rural areas to high-speed broadband access so they can be part of the 21st century digital economy. You know, I was talking to a group of my friends who are teachers. I love teachers. Thank you all for being here with me. And they were telling me there had just been a national survey done. And the teachers were asked, do you ever assign homework that requires your students to go on the internet? And the answer was 70%. Yes, they did. Now that makes perfect sense if you just saw what I saw. You got to have knowledge of the internet. You've got to be able to learn to use it. It can spark your imagination, create new dreams. I met young people. I said, well, what got you interested in computer design, 3D design, robots? Well, they were interested in the arts. They were interested in what they could do to design and make things. So the answer was 70% of teachers, but here's the problem. 5 million students, 5 million homes with students in them in America do not have access to the internet. And so we're already creating a big gap, a homework gap, which turns into an achievement gap, and doesn't give every kid the chance to go as far as his or her hard work and talent will take them. So when I talk about infrastructure, I'm talking about making our economy more competitive and creating more opportunities for more Americans willing to work for it, because I believe in the basic bargain. If you're willing to work, you ought to be able to get ahead and stay ahead. That's how I was raised. That's what I want Americans to believe again. You know, this past Monday, I was in Scranton, Pennsylvania with Joe Biden. And Joe was born in Scranton. My grandparents, my father was born in Scranton. I went back to Scranton every summer, a lot of Christmas holidays. My grandfather was an immigrant, came as a young child. He worked in the Scranton lace factory, making lace, which was a big deal back in those days. I remember we used to have lace curtains and lace tablecloths and things like that. And my grandfather worked really hard because he believed if he worked hard, he could provide a better life for his kids. And he did. My dad got to go to college. He went to Penn State, where he played football. And then he took a job in the Midwest as a salesman, and then went into the Navy during World War II, and when he came out, he started a small business. And he worked really hard. And I used to go help him sometimes, because he printed fabric for draperies, and he had a print plant, and he had 2 long tables, and it was, it was just an old plant. It was, low ceiling, no windows. And he would print that drapery fabric. He'd take an old-fashioned silk screen and he'd put it down, he'd pour the paint in, and then take a squeegee and then go from one side to the other, pick up the screen, keep going down the table. And he provided a good life. I grew up in a suburb of Chicago, and so I know what the American dream is all about. I am proud to be the granddaughter of a factory worker and the daughter of a small businessman, and standing here before you. And so when I think about how hard my dad worked, and I think about him printing those fabrics and then loading them into his car and delivering them to whoever had ordered them, and then expecting to be paid because he had done the work, it just really hits me personally when people are standing up and telling their stories. They were small business people, they were plumbers, electricians, painters who did work for Donald Trump, and he refused to pay them. That violates the basic bargain. If you do your job, you're supposed to be rewarded for your work, not stiffed, not told to go sue somebody. And I can't help but take it personally, because I think about what would have happened to my family if my father had taken a job like that and put his heart and soul into it, bought the material, bought the paint, did the labor, shows up, delivers the product, and is told, we're not paying you. But person after person, small business after small business, is telling the same story, that they were not paid. They were told to go sue Donald Trump. Well, you're a small business. You can't afford lawyers to go sue somebody. That's not the way it's supposed to work. So when I talk about creating new jobs in infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, clean renewable energy, I also talk about creating more small businesses, and small businesses that will actually grow and give more people a chance to fulfill their dreams, and will be part of the basic bargain, who will be paid for the work that they do so they can stay in business. Now, I got to tell you, creating the jobs of the future means we've got to make sure that all Americans, not just young Americans, have all the education and all the skills that are needed. That's why I want to start with early childhood education, so that more young kids get prepared to succeed in school. I want to see more technical education, like I saw right here in John Marshall, across America, so that high school students can be better prepared. You know, when we stopped doing vocational education some years ago, we basically sent a message to so many young people. There's only one way to be successful in America. You got to go to a 4-year college. That is so unfair, and it's also untrue. Actually, if you look at job projections, more than half of the jobs that will be available in America in 2020 will not require a 4-year college degree. And so how are we going to get our people prepared? We're going to bring more technical education, not the old-fashioned kind, but what I saw here at John Marshall. We're going to bring computer coding, like I saw in a classroom just a few minutes ago. We're going to bring engineering and design work. We're going to give young kids in high school the chance to either get that education right in their own school, or go to a community college that will provide it and give them credit to get a credential, an associate degree, or credit to go on to a 4-year college. So we're going to do more on apprenticeship programs. I want everybody who's willing to work to be prepared. I don't want any excuses. I'm a kind of no excuse person. If you are willing to do the work, I want to make sure that we've got an economy that will produce the jobs. And then I want to make 4-year college affordable. If you go to a 4-year public college or university, it should be affordable. And we're going to make community college free for everybody that wants to go to community college. And we're going to help everybody with student debt pay down the debt. Get it off their backs. Now, I think it's fair to say, okay, well, how are you going to do all that? That's fair to ask. Well, we're going to do it in two ways. Number one, we are going to tax the wealthy who have made all of the income gains in the last 15 years. The super wealthy, corporations, Wall Street, they're going to have to invest in education, in skills training, in infrastructure, because we have to grow this economy. We do need to have the resources to do that. And I've laid out what I want to do and how I would do it, closing the loopholes, creating a fairer tax system, but I've made very clear, I'm the only candidate who ran in either the Democratic or the Republican primary who said from the very beginning, I will not raise taxes on the middle class. The middle class has to catch up to where they were before the Great Recession. And so I've laid this all out, and so independent analysts, economists, and others are looking at what I've said and what Donald Trump has said. And in fact, according to an independent analysis by Moody's Analytics, carried out by the man who was John McCain's economic advisor, if you were to implement what I am proposing, we would create at least 10 million new jobs in the first term of my administration. By contrast, if you look at what Trump is proposing and how he wants to give huge tax breaks to people who are wealthy like him, it would cost our economy 3.4 million jobs. Now, this is not me saying it. This is an independent analysis saying it that has tried to look at both of us very objectively. But what does that mean for Ohio? If we divide across the country by population, Ohio would gain 376,000 jobs under my plans and lose more than 123,000 jobs under Donald Trump's plans. And it's not hard to see why, because he wants to give tax cuts to big corporations, millionaires, Wall Street money managers. He's even created a new tax loophole that we call the Trump loophole, because it's really good for Trump. It would let millionaires and billionaires cut their tax rate in half on a lot of their income. Under his plans, Donald Trump would pay a lower tax rate than middle-class families. Of course, we have no idea what tax rate he pays, because unlike everybody else who's run for president in the last 4 or 5 decades, he refuses to release his tax return, so the American people can't really judge. And then there's the estate tax, which he wants to eliminate altogether. So if you believe Donald Trump is as wealthy as he claims, we can't say that for sure, but let's assume it, he would, by eliminating the estate tax, save the Trump family $4 billion. And do absolutely nothing for 99.8% of all Americans. Now think of what we could do with $4 billion in Ohio. We could build 280 new elementary schools. We could eliminate the outstanding student loan of 166,000 Ohioans. We could provide health care to 370,000 veterans. And we could sure rebuild every crumbling bridge in this state and fix a lot of the highways that are causing folks to incur expenses. Donald Trump doesn't need a tax cut. I don't need a tax cut. It's time for the wealthiest Americans, whoever you are, as well as corporations and Wall Street, to pay your fair share in taxes. You have been successful in this country because of everything this country represents. We're going to stop giving tax breaks to corporations that outsource jobs and profits. We're going to reward those who invest in their employees again. If corporations move their headquarters overseas, we're going to slap an exit tax on them and try to persuade them not to move. We're going to add a new tax on multimillionaires, crack down on tax gaming and close loopholes, and then use that money to make the kind of investments that will grow the economy for everybody. So here's the bottom line. There are just 83 days left in this election. I keep track of them, cross them off. And for anyone waiting for Donald Trump to suddenly become more responsible, remember what a great American, Maya Angelou, said: when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And I think it's fair to say that Donald Trump has shown us who he is. He can hire and fire anybody he wants from his campaign. They can make him read new words from a teleprompter. But he is still the same man who insults Gold Star families, demeans women, mocks people with disabilities, and thinks he knows more about ISIS than our generals. There is no new Donald Trump. This is it. And you know, I hope you will talk to any of your friends who are flirting with the idea of voting for Donald Trump. Friends don't let friends vote for Trump. So now here's what I have to ask all of you. I'm proud that we have run a campaign of issues, not insults. That's what I'm going to continue to do for the next 83 days. Because I think the details actually matter. That's why I sweat the details. You know, I really care a lot about what happens to the young people and the families and our seniors. That's why I'm going to do everything I can to raise the national minimum wage so that it is a living wage. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that you have the health care you need at an affordable price and get the costs of prescription drugs down, because they are once again getting out of reach. I was at an event the other day, and a very distinguished doctor, the head of a big hospital in New York, he said, we've got to do something about prescription drug costs. This is not a patient or a family. This is one of the most distinguished doctors in New York City. He said, it's getting to the point where I can't prescribe certain drugs that my patients need because the insurance won't pay for them. Medicare, Medicaid, nobody will pay for them because they are too expensive. And he mentioned particularly a drug by Gilead that will cure hepatitis C. And it is so expensive that a lot of Americans are being left out. And you know what really is upsetting about this? Is that drug company sells that same drug all over the world at a much lower price to everybody else. Now, I'm proud that our drug companies invent drugs to cure really terrible diseases and treat chronic diseases. I'm proud of that. But let's be clear. Your tax dollars help support the research that is used to create those drugs in the first place. Your tax dollars support the Food and Drug Administration that tests those drugs to determine whether or not they are safe and effective to be able to go to market. And then we end up in America paying the highest price for those drugs that we have helped to create. We have got to take this on. And we can do it without hurting research and discovery and new drugs and new devices. And there are two other issues that I want to mention respecting health, because I've been on the campaign trail now for, well, about a year and a half, ever since April of 2015. So I have talked with and mostly listened to thousands of Americans. Now, people talk to me about their jobs, they talk to me about education, they talk to me about student loans and the high process of college, they talk to me a lot about gun violence, they talk to me about the things that are on their minds. But the most emotional encounters I have are when families grab my hand and talk to me about mental health and addiction. We have got to do a better job. We have too many families and too many individual Americans whose lives are being either totally undermined or shortened because of mental health and because of addiction. So I'm going to work on those things too as your president, because we've got to tackle these two problems. And I also want to defend the rights that Americans now have from all of the various attacks that people are waging. That's why I support human rights and civil rights. I support women's rights. And yes, I will defend Planned Parenthood against all of these partisan attacks. I support gay rights, voting rights, which are under attack across America, including right here in Ohio. I support workers' rights, the right to form and organize a union and bargain collectively. I support the rights of people with disabilities who deserve more chances to be integrated into the economy and society. And yes, I will take on the gun lobby and try to get common sense gun safety measures passed. And, you know, I know how difficult this is. But here's what I want to say. I want to say what I said at the convention in my speech. I am not at all advocating the repeal of the Second Amendment. I am not at all advocating any program that would in any way take people's guns away. Here's what I'm advocating. I want to help you stay alive so that nobody who shouldn't have a gun in the first place gets one and hurts you or other people. Because when I think about the three big challenges the next president faces, getting the economy to work for everybody, not just those at the top, keeping us safe and leading the world with steadiness, and unifying America, it's not just the job for the president. We all have to do our part. And when it comes to keeping Americans safe, I want to keep you safe in your own communities and your homes from gun violence. I want to keep us safe from terrorists, no matter where they're from or what they're after. I want to make sure that we keep our alliances strong, because I know how important it is that we work together to defeat the terrorist threat. And I will bring all the experience I had as a senator, serving on the Armed Services Committee, as a Secretary of State, to make sure that America remains the most free, the most safe, the most important leader in the world. But I also want to unify our country. You know, I bet if we had the time, we'd find something that every single one of us disagreed about with everybody else. We have different experiences, different backgrounds. I think that's part of the American DNA. You know, our founders had some big arguments. We have a lot of impassioned people who care about the future of our country and what we should do. But at the end of the argument, we've got to come together. We are the greatest example of freedom and opportunity and justice that the world has ever known, and we can't do anything that ever undermines that. And that's why it is so important that we seek and find common ground together. I did that as a First Lady. I worked with Republicans to create the Children's Health Insurance Program that now covers 8 million kids. I worked with Republicans to reform the adoption and foster care system, which I care deeply about. I worked with Republicans after 9/11 to rebuild New York and to make our country safer, to get health care to National Guard men and women. I worked with every Republican I served with, just about. I worked with Republicans as Secretary of State. We got a new treaty with Russia to lower the number of nuclear weapons, and that took 67 votes, and we had to get Republicans as well as Democrats to agree with that. I happen to believe I don't have all the answers. I happen to believe we are stronger together in charting a course toward the future. So I need your help. Stronger Together is not just a slogan for our campaign. It is what I believe in my heart. I will get up every day in the White House trying to figure out how we're going to create more jobs, more opportunity, keep us safe, unify us. And that's where you come in. I hope you will join this campaign. You can do so today by texting JOIN, J-O-I-N, at 42746, or you can go to hillaryclinton.com. We're hiring organizers in Ohio, so if you're interested in working as an organizer, see one of our people who will be at the doors as you leave. This is a consequential election. I understand a lot of the concerns that many Americans have, wondering and worrying about our country, about their lives, about their kids' lives, about their retirement, about the purpose and dignity of their work. So I know we've got challenges that we have to address. But I am absolutely sure we can do this. I believe America's best days are still ahead of us. If you will join this campaign, join our cause. Together we will not just win an election, but chart a course of confidence and optimism, getting results for the American people. Come, join me, please. Thank you all very much.
Oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh, baby, baby.
that has a chance to take a seat back from the Democrats, and we need to make sure he wins that seat so that we maintain control of the Senate, and you, the people here in CD3, will have a big say in that happening. Now, you hear the Democrats talk all the time about how they think that this is going to be their year and this is going to be a runoff, and they're going to take control of even Congress now. They think they have a shot at Congress, and they have said over and over again, the only way they're going to take back control of Congress if they win the Congressional District 3 seat here. This is a firewall. So all of you here in this room and all the CD constituents will have a chance to say no to that and help me get elected to Congress and keep Congress in the Republicans' hands. Now, what is a simple recipe for success? You want to get your opponents to be demoralized and divisive. If you can divide them and demoralize them, you have a chance to win. That's exactly what the Democrat Party is doing right now. With the help of their mainstream media, they're trying to demoralize us and divide us. Don't listen to what you read and see. This race is going to be determined what happens in early voting and on election day. We get the voters out, we get our peoples to the polls, we stay enthusiastic, we will be successful, and we here in CD3 can make the difference. I am so pleased to have Governor Pence here today and with the chance for all of us to hear him speak. As Haley Barbour has been quoted as saying, states are the laboratories of democracy. And Governor Pence is a great example of what happens when you allow a GOP a person to represent a state, and how great of a representative he has and governor he's been for the state of, excuse me, that he's been a governor. And we look so forward to having him here today and helping him become the next Vice President of the United States. I want to thank you guys all for coming here today, and I'm thrilled to be able to speak here. I'm glad my wife and little son are here with me. My little son over here, he's going to be the next great public servant for the state of Nevada. Thank you.
seeing foreign cars filled with fuel it isn't ours, and wearing cotton we didn't grow. He's got the red, white, blue, blind high on the farm, Semper Fi tattooed on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag, and the back it says USA. He won't buy nothing that he can't fix. With WD-40 and a Craftsman wrench, he ain't prejudiced. He's just made in America.
Maybe they're shooting under the smoke. Are those animals? Those aren't animals. Yeah, no, I want to look at that. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's looking under the smoke. Maybe he's looking under the smoke. Oh, those are animals running around. Those are horses. Those horses not going to be happy. Look, they're starting to run right now. Copy, live for Fox. Unhappy horses. Right. Yeah. They've been picking up water there. Copy. Thanks. I'm going to stay with the horses right now. I don't know. Is this an equestrian center? Hey, assignment desk. I'm going to try to do it with my iPad. But is there an equestrian center or something in the Lytle Creek area, like a large equestrian center? Copy. Yeah. Does that have a name? Can we Google a name for that? I'm not getting internet. Two minutes away. Copy all. All right. Okay, copy. Thank you, Micah. And Annette, you need me? No. What's up? Oh. She doesn't talk to me, Sultry. Doesn't sound like that. Copy all. 1 minute. The horses are all kind of running around right now. Juan and Sandra. Okay, so don't say Sky 9 or 2. Go ahead, base. Go ahead. Copy, 10 seconds away. yes. Oh, that was super cool. Simon Dest, can we get the name of the campground where this water is, where they're picking up the water in Lytle Creek? My map is not populating. I have it, but I don't have the name of the area. Mountain Lake Campground, thank you. Mountain Lake Rim. Copy, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, what was it called? What was it called? Resort. Copy, resort. Another home. Nope, sorry, just brush. Who is 7? All right, cool. You know, they are, and this fire just continues to burn. It picks up these other spots. You know, we see areas burning, and then we'll look over and you see another plume of smoke far from where we've been looking earlier on. Right now, though, we really are concentrating, along with these two helicopters, on the Lytle Creek area. As you said, this is going to be the mountain resort area where you see these two lakes. We do see one cabin fully involved in fire. We saw a very dramatic and heroic drop by one of these sky cranes out here just moments ago, actually dropping on a hot spot, which you see just now steam, but it was getting close to some other structures, and then that one structure on fire, some of the water hit that as well. That building totally gone right now. We also see peppering of fire trucks. These are probably going to be CAL FIRE, maybe San Bernardino fire trucks, all through the resort area. Now, the actual Lytle Creek, where the people are living in the Lytle Creek area, that's over here. That's that little hamlet. Right now, though, we understand mandatory evacuations. We don't see any movement in this area, but as for right now, this area doesn't have any fire activity. Now, that equestrian center over here, that is something of a very much of a concern. Those horses, we saw them bolting around out there, seeing another drop right now from one of those sky cranes. They're really trying to keep those flames from coming down that hillside, getting on to that equestrian center. Actually saw a burn mark out here earlier on. I'm going to try to find it right there, some smoldering grass. Now, these horses obviously not happy about the situation. Those are actually llamas. Got some llamas in the shot as well. This is a very large area, area where if the fire does start to burn on that grass, those animals, they will probably be able to bolt to another area. We are hoping that they're going to be safe. We don't see anybody making an effort to get to them. I am not an equestrian person. I don't know that much about those large animals, but I would assume with this type of space that if the fire starts moving, they will not run into the fire. They'll run away from it, and hopefully they'll be safe. There are people in this area along with the fire protection. You can see a water truck right there. Now, that probably belongs to the equestrian center. Maybe we'll see that moving. Maybe start just turning on the water, trying to keep some of the area safe. Right now, though, the safety is being in the hands of the fire department. Those drops they just made, you can see how effective they were. There was a lot of open flame out here on the hill. Now just a lot of hazy smoke, a little bit of open flame. These helicopters, they have this water source very close by that makes this job so much more efficient for those helicopters and just in the area. They'll pick up that water, they'll carry it out, they'll drop it, thousands of gallons at a time. Those helicopters, massive. Just to give you an idea of the size of those helicopters, they will burn in fuel in 1 hour what our helicopter holds in total. So those are big machines carrying a lot of water. They can move very, very quickly. This firefight continues out here in the Lytle Creek area. These homes definitely in immediate danger. Fire department on the ground and in the air trying to do what they can to keep those homes safe. Yes. Yeah, sure. What's up? Oh, sure. All right. If you're good, if you need it, we can do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, copy. It's good. Works. I think we're done with our cut-in shortly. I don't think I'm doing any more yammering. Wow. Whoops, sorry. Sorry. Woo! Is Fox still on us, just out of curiosity? All right, cool, thank you. No, got the answer, thank you. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Sure. We could have done it. Well, yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is the signal, but yeah, go ahead and see. We'll see where we can go.
Just keep me honest on levels.
It was Hillary Clinton. It was Hillary Clinton who helped undo the hard-fought gains of the American soldier in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama pulled our troops out precipitously without renegotiating a status of forces agreement. They literally created a vacuum in which ISIS was able to be conjured up and compromise vast areas of that hard-fought territory in Iraq. It was Hillary Clinton who actually instigated the president's disastrous agreement with the radical mullahs in Iran. $150 billion in illusory promises about their nuclear program. And most jarringly of all, we all witnessed a few short weeks ago when this administration approved the delivery of $400 million in cash in ransom on the very day that 4 Americans were released from Tehran. Let me make you a promise. When Donald Trump is president of the United States, we won't be paying ransom to terrorist-sponsoring states or terrorists. They'll be paying a price if they threaten the people of the United States of America or our citizens or our allies. You know, we just can't have 4 more years apologizing to our enemies and abandoning our friends. America needs to be strong for the world to be safe. We learned from that 40th president 2-3 decades ago that we can have peace in the world through strength. And I promise you this, Donald Trump will end the era of America leading from behind. He will rebuild our military and stand with strong, broad-shouldered strength on the world stage with our allies and against our enemies. Now, let me say a couple more things, then I'm going to slide out and see what's on your mind. But in addition to the challenges that we face at home and abroad after 7.5 years of failed leadership that Hillary Clinton wants to continue. I literally saw one of these New York Times columnists just the other day say Hillary's running for Barack Obama's 3rd term. They don't, I mean, they're just completely open and straightforward about it. Give them credit for that, right? But the truth of the matter is that as high as the stakes are at home and abroad, they probably are nowhere more significant than in this reality. We're going to elect a president to serve a 4-year term, but that president is likely going to set the course and destiny of the Supreme Court of the United States for the next 40 years. And we better think about that. Okay? Better think about that. Long and hard. I mean, truthfully, men and women, I mean, you elect Hillary Clinton, and you better get used to seeing more unelected judges using unaccountable power to take unconstitutional actions. Okay? I mean, the Supreme Court just a few short years back by a 5-4 vote, 5-4 vote, recognized that the Second Amendment of the United States protections the right to keep and bear arms was an individual right, and protected the right of an individual to have a firearm in your home to protect your own family. And Hillary Clinton called that a terrible decision. So let me just say, for the sake of the rule of law, for the sake of the sanctity of human life, for the sake of the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, for the sake of all of our God-given liberties, let's decide here and now that the next president making appointments to the Supreme Court of the United States of America is President Donald Trump. Okay? It's that important. It's that important. Well, as I close, let me, and I'm going to remind you one more time of the stakes in this and get to your questions. But you know, it's a challenging time in the life of our nation. I mean, it seems like there's so many things that divide us and so few great purposes that unite us the way they once did. I mean, in a very real sense, I was raised on the front row of the American dream. You know, my grandfather came to this country from Ireland. He watched my mom marry a fast-talking salesman who took her down to southern Indiana and bought a little house with a cornfield in the backyard and ran a gas station business that we all grew up working in. I like to tell people Mom and Dad build everything that matters. They build a family, a business, and a good name, everything that we cherish in life, all on a foundation of faith in our life. And my family raised me and my 3 brothers and 2 sisters to believe that to whom much is given, much will be required. And that each of us in our own time, we have an obligation. We have an obligation to do all that we can to preserve that American dream for this generation and the next. They called it the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. But it was just about making sure that this generation and the next generation can have the opportunity to live out their dreams, regardless of where they start in life. To live out their dreams in this land of the free and the home of the brave. But I think it's a time when we ought to leave here today. We ought to go talk to our neighbors and friends here in Nevada. We ought to, if there's some things I've said to you that maybe remind you of the stakes in this election, maybe some things that motivated you to be here, maybe there were some things that you hadn't thought about and said, well, you know what, that too. I want you to leave here today and go talk to people about it. But I also hope you talk about the fact that in Donald Trump, we have a leader that wants to bring this country together around our best ideals and our best hopes and our best dreams. And not divide us relentlessly, as has been happening for too long in our politics. I mean, Donald and I, we have a lot in common. We really do. His grandfather was an immigrant to this country, so was mine. His father was a self-made man, so was mine. I mean, other than a whole bunch of zeros, we've got a very similar life story. But I mean, he grew up believing you need to build on what you've been given, and for me it was about public service. My brothers and sisters have gone on to build great careers, and there's just that sense of being able to preserve that in this moment. And I encourage you to go out and talk to people about that too. Talk about the choice, and I'll give you one more time in a second, but also talk about the fact that there'll always be so much more in this country that unites us than what divides us. And if we'll speak about that with aspiration and with confidence, with hope, and with faith, I think the American people will continue more and more every day in the next 82 days to rally to our cause. And I'd also say to all of you, if you do as Karen and I do from time to time, if you bow the head or bend the knee, I encourage you to do that as well, because I truly do believe what's been true for millennia is still true today, that if His people who are called by His name will humble themselves and pray, He'll hear from heaven again, and He'll heal our land. He will. So let me lay it out to you one more time, okay? We have a choice to make. Your neighbors and friends here in Nevada need to hear about it. Number one, if you want a president who will protect this nation, who will rebuild our military, who will name and confront radical Islamic terrorism and end the threat of ISIS to our people and our allies. If you want a president who will restore law and order to this country and give law enforcement the support and resources that they need and deserve. If you want a president who will cut taxes, grow our economy, squeeze every nickel out of that bloated federal bureaucracy, and repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel. If you want a president who will restore our borders, build a wall, and uphold the laws of this country for the citizens of this country, and I promise you this, if you want a president who will upend the status quo in Washington, D.C., and uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, then I promise you we have only one choice. That man is ready, this team is ready, this movement is ready, and America is ready. Let's go make Donald Trump the 45th President of the United States of America, and we will make America great again. Thanks for letting me get that off my chest. I mean, really, truly, you know, sometimes I think it's important to pay more careful attention to what you already know. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you didn't come here to hear a speech. I hope you came here to be a part of a movement that is going to change Nevada and change America. And I want to share that with you because I want you to hear that passion. I want you to go tell somebody. That's my only request to you. Whatever you've heard today, and we'll have a conversation with neighbors and friends here, is go tell somebody today and in the next 82 days. That's going to be the difference. Okay, let's go. Yes, sir, right here. What's your first name?
Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Governor, I want to first of all make sure you tell Donald Trump and yourself thank you so much for supporting the military and our police officers.
I will. Okay. Thanks, Bob.
My family and I, we represent 4 generations of law enforcement, as well as my buddy over here does. So please keep that motto going. That was excellent yesterday when Mr. Trump said, and I loved it. Okay?
Thank you, Bob.
How do we reach the uninformed voter? Because I'm really disappointed in people that are uninformed that are going to carry this election possibly. How do we educate the uninformed?
Can I get a round of applause for 4 generations in law enforcement here? Would you both stand up, guys? Both of you mind getting up there? Thanks. Stand up one more time, Bob. That's an incredible contribution to the safety and security of our community. Thank you. God bless you both. God bless your families. Honestly, on your second question, I will tell you that, all the cable TV shows in the world, all the front pages of newspapers in the world, all the editorials, all the tweets in the world don't matter a hill of beans to when somebody walks up to you and says, "Let me tell you why I'm voting for Donald Trump." And everywhere I go in this country, we were down in New Mexico yesterday. We're back to the Hoosier State today. I'm going to be in New Hampshire tomorrow. I mean, I'm just telling people, go tell somebody. Because the sheer weight of you taking time to find somebody at work, at worship, outside the drugstore, and just saying, put that great Make America hat on again, and just walk up to them and say, "For real, you know me. Let me tell you why I'm so passionate about this." Because word of mouth is still the most powerful media in America, and it always will be. It is the currency of the American people, and the American people are going to decide this election. And so we got to get to talking to each other. I really believe it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hey, Mike Pence, I'm Big John. I actually did the topping off party for Mr. Trump for the Trump Tower here in Vegas.
Did you really?
I have a small catering company, and Mr. Trump didn't order one party, he ordered 2.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got 3 pieces of advice,
yes,
if I may be
Please.
so bold, sir.
Please.
We support you endlessly and 100,000%.
Thank
But
you.
I think this will help. Number 1 is I think Mr. Trump, at the beginning of every public meeting or every little news conference or whatever, he holds up a sign. On that sign it says Trump with a number under it, and the other side says Clinton with a number under it. And what that is how many times Hillary Clinton has had a public meeting where the public asks questions or the press asks questions. I think she's had 1, it might be 2. Mr. Trump has had 180. Number 2 is, the second thing he should say is, I think if he put that up there, a sign, it would really make an impact, because people would see the difference between what he's trying to do and Miss hide behind the curtain, go run and hide under her bed, doesn't work weekends, and is a joke. Her whole thing is a joke, and the other folks don't get it. Mr. Trump is trying to explain things. Mr. Trump is coming out like you do. The second thing is make a joke. Tell Mr. Trump, make a joke out of Hillary's lying, like this. Call her Pinocchio, okay? And say, she's telling you folks, follow me to Sugarland, follow me to get lollipops, you guys follow me. And then Mr. Trump says, I don't say follow me.
He stayed right in the metaphor. Did you hear that? He stayed.
Yeah, I say don't follow me. I want you to hire me.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think if Mr. Trump
got it. Got number 2, number 3.
Yeah. The last thing I think you should do is really, really go after what you stole my thunder, the coal people. I think if you tell people to get behind West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and the other states that have coal and that need jobs, I think if he uses that as a key freaking teeing off point.
Yeah. Look, Big John.
Yes, sir.
You're a great guy. Thank you so much. What a great guy. What a great guy. Huh? I think this guy's like unnerving me. I feel like saying, I thought you were in New York today. I think you really make a terrific point about, Donald Trump is out. It's extraordinary to be with him, campaigning with him, and we did right after the convention for several days, and then we were campaigning together about once a week, maybe a little bit more, and it's exciting to be with him because he's with the American people. He's listening to the American people. He's talking to the American people, and I couldn't be more proud to stand with him. But Big John, thanks for your thoughts. Let me bounce over here real quick, and then I'll get to this familiar-looking gentleman. Yes, sir. What's your first name?
Right Jim, I really want to thank you. You had a marvelous speech. We're all looking for this great country to rise up again. My concern is for the 2 ranching families, the Bundys and the Hammonds. Their constitutional rights have been trampled by the Bureau of Land Management, and I hope and pray that when you get into office, you'll look into that.
Well, thank you. I know that's been a source of great controversy. Let me just speak in the most general terms, and that is that I spoke about the Supreme Court of the United States. I mean, Justice Antonin Scalia, went home to be with the Lord at a time where now the Supreme Court literally is on the ballot. I mean, the next president of the United States, whether it be in the Heller decision I mentioned about the Second Amendment, that was a 5-4 decision. I mean, the balance of the court is essentially on the ballot, because in Hillary Clinton you have someone that's going to appoint more jurists to the bench that believe it's their role to essentially rewrite laws and write laws from the bench, as opposed to Donald Trump, who has committed himself to appoint, and he's asked me to help. I've served on the Judiciary Committee and for a decade in Washington, D.C. He's asked me to help and bring conservative leaders together, and he will appoint to the Supreme Court justices who reflect the principles, the integrity, and the character of Justice Antonin Scalia. And so I just think it brings the whole matter into high relief. It truly does. Okay, let's see.
Governor, we have time for one more question.
You going to hold the mic for me? Okay. As the parent of a half Iranian 2 children, and my ex being Jewish Iranian, I have heard stories that very few of people in America have heard. I want to know why nobody talks about Sharia law coming to America. The press doesn't talk about it. Even Fox doesn't talk about it. I think Donald mentioned it once or twice. This is the biggest issue of all.
Well, let me tell you, when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, he is going to support and uphold the Constitution of the United States of America and faithfully execute the laws of this land. He will. I promise you that. I would recommend to your attention, though, I really would, the speech, he gave an extraordinarily important speech last night in Milwaukee that we were just mentioning a minute ago. And I'll tell him what you said, Bob, I will. But let me also recommend to your attention a really important speech that he gave in Youngstown, Ohio. I was with him, talking about how we confront radical Islamic terrorism. And it is a multi-level approach. It is a multilateral approach. Many people, essentially, even some of his critics, came out and described it as one of the most serious speeches dealing with that issue and the threat that radical Islamic terrorism presents in the world today than had been given in years. And so I recommend it very much to your attention, and appreciate your comment. Where did Bob go?
Governor Pence.
Is this going to be the last one, I think, back here? Probably fitting. Thanks.
Governor Pence, thank you for coming out here. We really appreciate it.
What's up on that hat, man?
My name is Steve Sanson, president of Veterans in Politics. I'm a 100% service-connected Gulf War veteran.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
And my question, Governor, a few years ago, we did a survey of veterans returning back from combat that suffered from TBI and PTSD. There are over 145,000 veterans incarcerated in our prisons and jails in this country. What are we going to do to treat them instead of incarcerating them?
First off, would everybody in the room, men and women who wore the uniform of the United States, mind standing up with this veteran? Would you mind standing up and allow us to thank all of you for your service to this country? Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you all for your service, and thank you for being a champion for our veterans and for health care. You know, it's interesting. I'm going back to Indiana tonight. And on Friday, we're going to break ground on the first new mental health hospital in the state of Indiana in a generation. The simple fact is that there is too often, as you may know, being very familiar with these issues, there's a very close relationship between substance abuse and mental health issues. In the state of Indiana, we've done a couple of things. Number one, we just raised the mandatory minimum penalties for people that are selling drugs to our kids. We just got tougher on people that are selling drugs to our kids. But the other thing we did is we're expanding access to treatment for people that are caught up, and opiate abuse has become an epidemic across the country. I'm sure it's true here in Nevada. It is in Indiana and everywhere. But making treatment more available, to your point, for our veterans is just as poignant. And just as needful. I will tell you that one of the things I'm probably proudest of for the state of Indiana, not for me personally, is that we not only doubled our Veterans Affairs budget in the state of Indiana, we not only expanded a range of services, including health care for our veterans, but we were able to lower the veteran unemployment rate. Now it's the second lowest veteran unemployment rate in the United States of America. And that's exactly the kind of results that Donald Trump's going to bring to the White House. I promise you. I want you to take a look at it. I keep mentioning these speeches, but I want you to look at them. I mean, Donald Trump and I went to the VFW National Convention. And if you haven't seen that speech yet, you can probably get it on YouTube, or you can get it, point and click, and pull it up on the internet. He laid out, I think it was a 10-point plan for reforming the Veterans Health Administration and making sure that those who have earned, these are not benefits, these are earned, these are earned health care services that men and women in uniform are entitled to, and Donald Trump has a plan to fix the VA and make sure it's world-class health care for our veterans. So take a look at it. It's very strong. And he also made the point, last point is he also said that if you go to a Veterans Affairs hospital, we're going to reorganize this thing and make it work for our veterans, but if you can't get help that day, you're going to be able to go across the street and get private health care on the public nickel, and we're going to take care of our vets. So thank you. Thanks for being a champion. Mental health is a part of that. Keep it going out there, my friend, and bottom line, thank you for your service to the country. Listen, They're going to yank me out of here because I got to go jump on a plane. But give yourselves a round of applause. This was really awesome. Thank you for coming out. Thanks for being here. I'm very humbled by it. But I want to challenge you. I want to challenge each and every one of you. Remember, go tell somebody. If you heard something today that inspired you and encouraged you, then I'm humbled by that. But men and women, this is not about, if Donald Trump were here, he would say this as quickly as me. This is not about him. It's not about us. It's not about any one political party. This is about America. This is about making America great again. The American people can do it, but we got to tell our neighbors and friends, and let's bring Nevada home. Let's bring Nevada home for the next president of the United States. Thanks, everybody. God bless you, and we'll see you soon.
One kid dreams of fame and fortune. One kid helps pay the rent.
Can you do that for me?
Copy that.
Thank you, Jay. We're fighting the skid as we're doing lazy eights outside the TFR. Over by Lytle Creek. Okay, you can see the gap here between Lytle Creek and that hotspot. I don't think there's any homes in here. Dane, we're looking for a batch of homes that could be burning out here. Yeah, that's what he meant. Okay. You got it. but should have it back momentarily. We're a B. Okay, copy. We're a BA, not a B2, so we have to keep moving and trying to avoid the skid and everything else. Yeah, we'll have Dane talk to Marco.
They just did the switch for us. Watch your iris. Yeah, okay, Rich. Okay. That's good, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, is that the arrowhead side? Come down to the right, come down the right, come down to the right. Right there. Right there. Push, push, push. Wow. Hold that. This looks good. That is the northernmost fire closest to Arrowhead. I'm sorry. Sorry. Right wood. I'm right. It is Arrowhead. How? I thought it was you that was never wrong. How could that be? All right. Wow, that's crazy. Who? What? What is he? Rich. Yeah, Rich, are they currently burning or did they already burn? Over? Okay, you have structures on fire there, correct? Okay, let's go back that way then. Okay, exactly where is that? One more time. Okay, how far north or south? On the other side of the ridge or right on the ridge line at Lytle Creek or on the other side of the ridge? Okay. Jay, we're going to push that way. Push, push. Watch your levels. You know what? Hey, Jay, I need help on a decision here. I'm looking at the Arrowhead side, and it's raging towards those homes we showed earlier. it's really starting to make a run, or do we go to the homes that are reported by Rich on fire? Your call. Jay, just come back here. I'm making a call here. Here, careful, 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 careful. Keep the homes in the foreground. I did. This is the that fire raging towards the Arrowhead homes. I'm sorry, Wrightwood. Damn, that just. Rich just reported that the home's burning down on the other ridge line or Lytle Creek. So which one do you want to do? Okay, going there now. We got to watch this though, Jay. This is really blowing up on this hillside. Yeah, there is. We saw it earlier. All you got. I know. I'm just saying. It's hard to tell. Pull out, show that in relative. Show them what it looks like real quick with the homes. There you go, Jay. Here's a look. Okay, just so you can see it. It's still the wind's against it, but this is trying to creep back towards there. Okay, we're going. We're going. We just got to find it. So what I would do if I were you is I would cut diagonally. Oh, there. That's what they're talking about. Just on. Okay. Okay, we gotta get ahead here. I think we're best gonna see it on that side. Nate, you're good. Just. It's on the other side of that ridge. When we get eyes on it, we will. One minute. Picture only. We don't have much, but we'll give you what we got. That's good. Put it into -3. That'll help you a little bit. Is it -3 already? Okay. I think I see what they're talking about. Okay. Pull, pull, pull. Keep pulling that way. It's gonna come out your 12 o'clock here. That thing is down in there. Hopefully we'll get in the clear when we get a little bit further east, right? Okay. He said west of the 15, just on the other side of the ridge line, directly east, he said, of the lake. Gonna need your help because you got eyes. 5 minutes away. We're going to try to get these homes. Oh, Rich said it was on fire, so. Right down it. Okay, we'll just try to get in the clear on over here. God, it feels like we're not even moving. But we are. No, it's not there, dude. We want to find the home. We got like 3 minutes to do it. Find the lake, go east from it. Like maybe down in there. Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. Right there, maybe top of your screen, maybe tilt up, push in, something there. I don't know what he's talking about. What is that? Is that the 15-meter shot? Okay, it's west of that. Okay, we're going to try to get around that. He didn't see it till he was over here. You definitely say between the 15. Keep it moving as best you can. West of the 15, right on the other side of the... He said west of the 15. I'm believing him, but... Watch your exposure. Keep moving, don't slow down yet. We don't have it yet. He said just over the ridge line. So find the lakes and go, find the lakes, the Lytle Creek Lakes, and look right over on the other side of it. Okay, like right on that side of it, according to Rich's world. No, he said just on the ridge line on the east side between the freeway and the freeway. Let's just keep coming around the side of it. Yeah, please don't slow down if you can. Keep the speed. I just feel like we're... I don't know what he's talking about. Keep coming. Kind of cut. Keep that speed if you can. This destroyed. Maybe he can see it on the other side because they were over there. I don't know. I don't see it. A really upsetting. They were getting on a wild goose chase from my own helicopter. No, I asked him specifically, is it on fire now? And he said yes. Did he not? Did you hear that, Jay? No, that's yesterday. Yeah, but I think that's old. That's nothing new. That's Swarthout Canyon there. I think he maybe just saw it. And, oh, that's yesterday's burn. Easy, easy, easy. Kingbrook community? I don't have it. No, we're probably next. Here we go. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we're the south of Lytle Creek. That's Swarthout Canyon. That was what burned yesterday. Rich, should have known better. That's all old, yeah. So let's keep hightailing it around there. This is all old, Jay. Okay. Him, just give it to me real quick. Circle Mountain, West Cajon Valley. Yeah, yep. Okay, pushing that way. Keep it a little slower if you can. Yeah, Alan, we just flew over the Lytle Creek area to try to recap what's going on over there. Now, we talked about that fire burning into the black, back into that area, and it did. It burned back into the Swarthout Canyon area where some of the homes burned yesterday. There are some hot spots in there, but we didn't see anything in immediate danger. What we're looking at here is the middle flank, where I call the left side, the west flank of the fire. There are 3 portions, the Lytle Creek portion, the middle portion, which is the West Cajon Valley. That is flaring up to the ridgeline, and we're going to pull out. We're on the west side of the fire looking back to the north, and there is the Circle Mountain fire. That's where the fire is burning up to the eastern edge of Arrowhead. You can see the homes here in the eastern side of Arrowhead, and the fire is burning on that hillside. That's what's so visual. We're going to keep an eye on that and keep an eye on all the fire throughout the afternoon. Live from Air 7 HD, JT Alpa, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Okay. You need some O2? You sure? Whatever you want. Okay, copy that. What's that? No, I didn't. Oh, God, what am I doing? Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's in my head. I got to get it out. Shoot. Damn it. This is really starting to get me loopy up here. Damn it. Son of a biscuit. Well, I got really toppy on that. Oof, we're getting kicked around bad. What's that? I can't hear you, dude. You're whispering. I can't hear you. Yeah. Arrowhead, Arrowhead, Arrowhead. Okay, I'll repair that. Wrightwood, right road, Wrightwood. We're coming up on Wrightwood. Don't do that. You're doing that on purpose now, Jay. And it's going to be your fault. I know you are. No, more than that. I kind of want to get behind that in and into the wind. Please. Okay, now I'm starting to see some of the flame in there. Two. There it comes. Ellen, in our last report, we actually mentioned this is Arrowhead. It's not. It's actually Wrightwood. We made a mistake there. I just want to show you the relationship of the fire here on the northwestern flank in relationship to the Wrightwood area. This is the neighborhood on the eastern Wrightwood here. You can see these homes. We have structure protection in place. You see those engines and strike teams ready to go here. But you can see we'll tilt up, and now we're on the west side, looking back to the east towards Circle Mountain. And you can see that flame edging its way back towards those homes. The good news is it's burning against the wind and burning downhill and burning slowly, but you can see all that fuel on the way, and you can see those dozers trying to cut those fire lines to avoid that, to block that fire. Live from Air 7 HD, JT Alpaugh, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Okay. I'm sorry, Jay, you're coming a little bit broken. Okay, can you give me streets so I can narrow that down, because I can't get the neighborhood there. Yeah. Hang on, let me get my map. Hang on. Let me get the controller back to Rob, and we'll get us to that. Okay. Show me. Okay, direct him to that. Let's see, that's what the 15 makes the turn. Okay, so that... Cajon Boulevard, 15. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'm working on it. Okay, let me see. Cajon Boulevard makes the spin. Okay, so you're confirming those are new homes that burned? Okay. Between, yeah, because that's really, because that Swarthout Canyon is directly just north of that. Okay. Okay, so I see Keenbrook Road, so what, yeah. Okay, so it's on the west side of Cajon Boulevard, between that and, okay, all right. Yeah, well, I mean, that looked like the same stuff we saw yesterday, but we'll report it. This was just really weird. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're working our way back to the south. We're getting reports that there's an area called Keenbrook, right between the 15 freeway and Cajon Boulevard. We understand that the fire that actually burned in the area of Lytle Creek burned over that ridgeline from the west side to the east side and actually destroyed some structures, some ranch homes. We're making our way back into the area. We did see that it's very near the Swarthout Canyon area that burned yesterday, maybe a little bit further south. But that same fire line that threatened the Lytle Creek area went over the hill and did damage some structures. We're on our way. We'll keep you updated. Live from Air 7 HD, JT Alpaugh. Back to you guys. Okay, that's Lytle Creek there. So I guess you and Roland are on the same page, huh, Jay? You and Roland are on the same page today. Yeah. No, it, yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. Right. Don't get too toppy. Look on the area on the west side of the wash, or the west, I'm sorry, the west side of the street, between the wash and the street. No, you're not looking where, pull out, let me just see where you're at. Okay, yeah, like over in, yeah, push in, pan right, tilt up, yeah, stop, pull out a little bit, so maybe in there or to the right of there, anything in there? I think the only, okay, so that, yeah, it's just too obscured, it's hard to see. Okay. I'm pretty certain that was yesterday's, but we'll go with it if you want. Okay, I don't know if we can get a better angle on that, though. That's about the best look we're going to get. Okay. So, there's a big fire line on the Lytle Creek area again, threatening the most northern part of Lytle Creek, Jay. Do you want to look at that real quick? Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, I see it. It's no, just stay where you're at. We're just too toppy for it right now. Oh, I know why I'm not getting O2. Yeah. It's worse now. Can't see anything. Okay, what's up? Let's widen out to the west, have him look down, so get a little width here. That's like we're really right on top of it. That's it right there. Oh, campsite's there. Okay, so let's get there and get back into it here. Yeah. My oxygen was off. That's why I was getting. We're gonna come out that way, come back around to the right. How soon, Jay? Okay. How soon out of the break, please? We're trying to time this out. Okay, come left, come left. Okay, how soon, please? Okay, thank you. It's already up. I could tell what flame and the FOS check is. Okay, all right. Yeah, I can see another flank here, David, lighting up here on the north side of Lytle Creek. That's where a little bit further north than where the danger was earlier. That's what burned earlier. Now they've got this to deal with. There is some FOS check line in place, fire protection in place for the communities in Northern Creek. Stay with us at Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock. We'll be right back with more on the big fire. You know, Jay, I need, enough, okay? I appreciate it. We're dealing with we're up at 12,700 feet, and my O2's been off for the past 20 minutes. I didn't know it. I'm getting a little loopy and a little impatient. Rob's passed out. No, it's on now, but it was off for a while, but it's just things are getting a little hard to process, and we're good. No, it's okay. I don't care. Come back to the west. We're a little too toppy. Yeah, well, I don't know where they're at. Are you good? Need more? It seems like it's not working as well as it was earlier. Jay, do you want to see in the Lytle Creek area, or do you want to go back up to Wrightwood? That's really starting to flare up over there. Okay, let's put it back in the wind here. Okay. Yeah. Do you want us to stay with Lytle Creek, or do you want to work our way back up to Wrightwood? Okay. Yeah, Ellen, we've been watching this Lytle Creek area here, and where we you can see some of these brush and these trees starting to catch fire up against this large pasture here. This is the same area Rob McMillan was in earlier, where the fire burned on the east side and southbound with those heavy winds. The fire now trying to burn back into the community from the north side, picking up that fuel and south. The good news is it's burning against the wind and burning slowly. You can see that Phos-Chek fire retardant line blocking and protecting these neighborhoods off to the right, off to the west. That's what they're counting on to slow this down. Again, the good news is that this is upwind from the fire, and that is pushing it north and away from the fire. But right now, the firefight continues here, and this was the area we were talking about earlier, David and Ellen, that threatened these homes. In fact, there was a cabin that was destroyed that we were talking about much earlier back in this area here. In fact, you can see it right there. That was the small cabin that was destroyed. That is the only structure that we see in a Lytle Creek area that was destroyed. But we're going to keep a close eye on this and keep you updated. Live from Air 7 HD, JT Alpa, ABC 7, Eyewitness News. Okay. Yep. Okay, this is bugging me here. Ugh. They're 11.5, dude. No. What's that? Did I say 12.5? Am I off? I look down. Am I? It's off again. Yeah, stand by. What's that? About an hour and 10 minutes on station. Wow, this is blowing up. They're getting a little toppy again. Do you copy? Okay. Or whichever. That's fine. Just keep an eye on that over there for me too. If that starts to make a run, I want to shift over. I don't even know where they're at. Do you hear them working anywhere? Did they hey Jay, is there another fire up in Kern? We think all the tankers may have been diverted from this to Kern. Because we haven't seen any tankers here in the past hour or so. So let's creep a little bit this way just so I can look at this. Is everybody over here or is it everybody somewhere else? Okay. Okay. Where's 2? They went back again? Okay. Let's cut this way just a little bit. Okay, that's a little better. Gonna hold it in here. Let's go this way. Okay, I'll hold it in here. Okay, let's reset back to the north a little bit here. Okay. Let's put it back in the wind here. Okay. There's a lot of black smoke burning back in that area that we looked. Oh yeah, you know, you're right. Okay. Yep. That's right. So this isn't going anywhere, Jay, but burning away. You want us to go up to 2? Okay. All right, let's go north. Yep. The 2 near the 138, or? Okay, let me know. Oh, that's right at where we were looking there. So those houses on the eastern edge of Wrightwood, that's the 2. Okay, looking. That's probably at the extreme east end. Okay, no signal here. Show me. Okay. Is that 5 or is that 7? All right. So Jay, that is that's Sheep Creek in the 2, and you got a van there as well. So we're heading that way. Okay. Yeah, I see her there. Okay. Well, we're gonna have the same shot here in a second. Okay, so I'm confused. One more time. They're gonna take their ground shot or no? Ooh, there's that updraft. Yep. Okay. 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 Pacific. What are they calling it? Pacific Crest, right? Okay. Okay. Ellen, we are south of the fire looking northbound on the western flank, and you can see this is the Pacific Crest area of Wrightwood. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Look at that flank of flame here. We're also going to give you a ground shot and a double box with our shot here. You can see the homes off to the left side. That's near Sheep Creek and Highway 2, Angeles Crest Highway. And look at that wall of fire just working its way from the south to the north along this ridgeline. Luckily, the wind is changed. Oh, actually, the wind has changed a little bit. That's not so lucky because it was more out of the southwest. Now it's more out of the south. But you can see all this fuel in this area here that this is going to burn up. What they're worried about is that it's going to start to trail back towards these homes here on Sheep Creek. You can see structure protection is in place. There are strike teams down here protecting these homes here right near 2 and Sheep Creek in the Pacific Crest of Wrightwood area. We'll keep you updated on the progress of this northwestern flank of the fire. Live from Air 7 HD, JT Alpa, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Oh, interesting. Okay. So you heard that? All right. So the idea is to maybe get that way, right? Get into the wind and shoot back to the south. I did, and then I was getting wrapped. Oh. Okay, okay. I think it's a hand line. You're gonna look. I think everybody's gone. Pacific Crest. Yeah, I'm not liking the way this monitor's looking, but is that the 2 that goes? Yeah. That curves northbound there. So it's up here. What is that? Big church. Oh, that look like a church to you? It does to me. That's Highway 2. Oh, which one? This one here? Oh, okay, okay. Right, Mount Right. Okay, let's put it in the wind here. Let's put it in the wind. Okay. What is that? Those homes back on both the east side and west side of Highway 2. What is that? What is that community? Yeah, north up the 2, both on both sides of the 2. Okay. We've got that if you need that. Okay. What do we have on fuel? 20, 40. We got over an hour, Jay, just so you know. Okay. 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 Wild horse. Oh, that's 138. Let me see here. Okay. You go back northbound so I can see something here. A left turn if you can do it. Two. Ooh, that's Wild Horse Canyon right there, Rob. What's on the right side of the 2? Is that Phelan? West Phelan? Okay, I need your help with that. Right, east of is Wild Horse Canyon, west of the 2 and the 138. Is that what you're seeing? Okay. Okay, after McMillan. Okay. Yeah, let's come, when you can, let's come back into it. Yeah, we're getting hammered over here. We're hearing from Air Attack, Jay, the reason they're not flying Air Attack over here is it's just too turbulent. And we're seeing some evidence of that up here. Oof. What is that neighborhood on the south side of the 138, north side of the 2 there? That's all Wild Horse Canyon there. Okay. I may want to, I may want to start here and get back to Wild Horse Canyon. I don't know how we can do that. We're right after Rob, so maybe we'll go a little bit this way and during the live shot turn. Will that work? Okay. Pacific Ridge, is that what he said? Pacific Crest. Is that right? Thank you. I just can't remember right now. Okay, keep it slow if you can. I know you're getting hammered. We're just going too fast right now. Oh, it's spotted over here. Pacific Crest, area of Wrightwood. The right when we go, make your turn. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. No, yeah, that was me. That was me. Oh, talking to myself. There we go. Yeah, Colleen Mark, we're on the northwest corner of the fire, the Wrightwood side, and this is the Pacific Crest area of Wrightwood. You can see we're west of the fire, looking back to the east. You can see him making a run for Highway 2. That's what they were talking about. The good news is it appears to be at this point, however, holding on the east side of this community and moving northbound. What they are worried about, they're trying to hold it at the the Highway 2, Angeles Crest Highway. You can see as it moves up north in this area, this is all the Wild Horse Canyon communities. That's what they're concerned with right now. Right now, tanker operations have ceased in the area because of the turbulent winds, and we're definitely feeling that right now in Air 7 HD. But right now, this fire flank remains to the east side of the Wrightwood area and continues to march northbound towards the 2. Live from Air 7 HD, JT Alpha, ABC 7, Eyewitness News. Okay, and where are we clearing to? Okay. Okay. I don't know. Do we have better fuel that way now, or no? Okay. All right. Yeah, we're talking about it. Well, I say we start heading back that way to start, because they're going to release us after a tee shot here. Yeah, well, there's that, yep, okay. 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 Wow, that was fun, huh? Okay. Okay. If you could have transmission talk to us on the ICOM J. I don't have any radios right now. Are you on Verdugo or still? Oh, there you are. Okay, power down.
Copy that. Jay, you on microwave? Okay. I see some structures right here. Doesn't look like they've gone up yet. Okay. This looks like it's along was this Lido Creek Road near Sheep Canyon Road. Not sure if we're gonna make it up to Wrightwood, Jay. All right, some pretty bad downdrafts up there. All right, well, this is just on the northwest corner of Lido Creek, along Lido Creek Road. I believe right here where it's burning is at, what was that other street I gave you? Sheep Canyon Road. That should be Sheep Canyon Road right there. Minute and a half, copy. Directly over the riverbed right now. Turn back west. Hey Jay, did you know that 71HD brought oxygen on board? Yeah, way to hook a brother up. I know. Right? Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm almost directly over the riverbed right now, westbound. I got that microwave tower on the ridge here at my 1 o'clock. Yeah, the one that comes out from the south end of Lytle Creek. Okay, yeah, I'm heading west right now. I think I got you up there. I got both of you guys over there, actually. Yeah, you're good over there. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. I've got you both. I'm right abeam this radio tower on the ridge here, and I'm turning back. Okay. All right, so we'll set down. And what is that, 7 to 8 o'clock? Okay, so we'll wait for him at the airport till 8, and then he'll land, jump in with us, and then we'll fly back. Okay, sounds good. I'll pass that along. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just on the, coming from the west side of the riverbed. turning back west. Got you both. I like your 9 o'clock. And John, you're further west, right? Yeah, I'm north of both of you guys. I'm really hugging the edge of the TFL. All good. Jay, this is over on Cajon Pass Road. I believe this is Keene Brook. 3 minutes, copy. Yeah, we'll stick with this unless you see something erupt over there by Lytle Creek. Hard to say. Wasn't sure if this was some kind of set. Copy. This is that exact spot I had mentioned earlier. Probably not. Yeah. I saw a power pole. Okay. Looks like a wood fence or something. Let's see if I can get off the doubler here, though. All right. It's the same spot. Occasionally the smoke clears out enough and we can see in there. Okay. Well, there's definitely some structures, wood structures. I just can't tell if it's some sort of set or what. I saw some porta potties over there. Looks like some storage containers. 1 minute. Copy that. Sorry for the muddy picture. Doing the best I can here. Yeah, I can't tell if this is a set or if they're modular buildings that they would load up on a truck and, you know, ship to a carnival or something like that. All right, Dane, can we try and get on the west side? The glare is terrible over here, and we'll just see what we can see. that train actually moving? Check that out. All right, I believe 71HC is back inbound. Oh. They may have a camera issue. Copy. I feel for Rob right now. 2 minutes, copy. stand by. Hour on station. Okay. 1 hour. Jay. Sounds like all the helicopters have moved further south. The winds are rocking everybody up there in Wrightwood. Yeah, it sounds like they're calling out some of the air units as well. What? So much for my poor information, huh? The structures I mentioned. Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier to you. Air 7 as we were landing. Okay, Ontario. Are we meeting JT there? Okay, copy that. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it sounds like I'll probably be swapping a camera with JT later. That's right. At least I get paid by the hour. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Copy that. Headed towards Ontario. Ontario Tower, helicopter 29er, Foxtrot X-ray, 11 miles northeast, descending through 8,300, inbound for Guardian. 02109er, Foxtrot X-ray. Transmission, do you copy newscopter on microwave? Okay. Jay, if you can hear us, can you let transmission know we're going to power down? Wilco, descending 9 approximately. Oh, I think I have my radios back.